Spell my first name. It's fun.
I call the meeting of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Board of Trustees to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. West, if you would proceed with roll call, please.
Mrs. Summers,
Here.
Mr. Mickelson,
Here.
Mr. Batolo,
Here.
Mr. Jackman,
Here.
Mrs. Thompson. Here. Mr. Reedy. Mr. Reedy. Mrs. Jellicoe.
Present. Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Or second.
It's moved by Mr. Jackman and second by Mr. Mickelson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We also have an addendum tonight. So I would entertain a motion to approve the addendum.
So moved.
It's moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion passes. Item number 3 on our agenda is the professional development plans for 2021, 2022. Mrs. McGovern and Ms. Garner, please.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Vice Chair Thompson, and fellow trustees, and also members of our community. This evening, Jody and I would like to share with you just some plans for professional development for our staff and how we'd like to use some of the Fridays as we enter into the 4-day week for this school year. And so with that, Dylan, we're going to go ahead and start. Beginning on page 2 of agenda item 3A. And trustees and members of the community, we originally brought this draft to you back in June. And we have some more of the details finalized right now. And then we have some open pieces that are in there. And then I'd like to explain why a little bit as we get going. Dylan, it's the one that says Professional Development Plan 2021-2022. Perfect. Thank you so much. So a couple of things that we'd like to share. First of all, trustees, on August 12th, it's not listed on this document, but I'd like to go ahead and just share this information with you. That is actually the second day that our certified staff return. They come back this Wednesday. We're very excited to have them for the new year. On Thursday, what we have scheduled is a district-wide staff meeting, and it was originally planned to be held up at Rock Springs High School gymnasium. And so this afternoon, we had a meeting with our administrative and director leadership team meeting, and we're going to juggle those logistics just a little bit. So briefly, I'd like to share with you, we won't bus in our staff up to Rock Springs High School. We're actually going to have our staff stay in their schools and their departments for that day. And then I'm going to start us off. I'd like to talk to our district and welcome them, talk a little bit about our 4-day week. And that'll start at about 8:15. And then at 8:30 in this room, we actually have a motivational speaker that's going to be coming in that was planned from before. But he will actually present in here. And in this room, we will have the CAB staff that will come in and attend in here. Like I mentioned, all the others will be either in their school auditorium or their school gym together as a staff. Our transportation department will, of course, be in their department. And then we'll go ahead and we'll have the technology and we'll pipe them in. So we'll do that live stream similar to what Dylan is doing for all of our stakeholders at home for that day. So instead of bringing everybody in, our 1,000 employees, we'll keep them at their sites for this Thursday. So just a slight change for that. That's good information that'll be coming forward. Back to this document very quickly. What this lists are some of the days have the specifics listed in. So for example, just to walk you through, on August 20th, we have a solution tree representative that's coming to visit with our district. Our priorities for the year remain with PLCs and PBIS and school safety, but we're really going to be focusing intensely on that multi-tier system of support, response to intervention, and Jody can go into that a little bit more. As we mentioned before, these professional development days are 8 to 4. These are no student days, so there's no school on those days. And they will, staff will have an hour for lunch and we'll go all the way up until 4 o'clock. We won't be releasing staff early for those days whatsoever. But the part that I kind of wanted to touch base a little bit on is if you take a look, for example, on September 24th, this one is a good reference point. So on this day, this is where a lot of the flexibility will be for our building administration and our leadership. So when they start on the 24th, they can allot 2 hours for building PD. So perhaps it's a staff meeting or something that needs to occur at the building at their discretion. But what you'll notice is we're trying to be equal as much as possible with, so if our PLCs, our collaboration teams with having the administrator involved in all of the PLCs, if we do that for 2.5 hours together so teams can work together, then you'll notice that we're also trying to allocate that same amount of time or as close as we can for individual teachers to work in their classroom. So they'll have that team time together and then also that time to go back to their classroom and actually get things ready to go, with the idea that this schedule is designed to be effective in the classroom and instruction, but also provide that balance for life outside of the classroom. A couple of other things that you'll notice for here, there are some days that are planned again as well. So October 22nd would be a good example of that. That's where parent-teacher conferences occur. And so there isn't a lot of things that can be fluid for that day. But if we go ahead and Dylan, if you don't mind, if we could scroll through on some of the other documents. For example, if we went on page 3, let's go down to February for a minute. So the ideal plan for this is, if you look on the right-hand side, if we start with February 4th, on those where there's the open blocks, we're taking a look at the month as a whole. So we have the dates that are listed on the left-hand side. So for February, we have the 4th and the 25th. And so what this will be actually is where the building administration can go in and fill in some of that time where they have the flexibility for their school. So where one school might want to focus on PBIS a little bit more and strengthen that, we might have another building that is down the road a little bit with RTI. And so we're going to take a look at the month as a whole, noticing that some of the hours can be for PLC, others are classroom time, and then that 2.5 hours of building time is really to meet the building needs that are individualized for each one of our schools. Still aligned for the district goals as we move forward, but also allows for that flexibility. So when this schedule actually goes out, then it will be filled in by each building administrator and then returned to us so that we can support what they need within their schools. So when you see the open blocks that are in there, that's exactly what that is designed to do. Again, you can also tell on the right-hand side where we're really trying to fit in that classroom time for our staff. things that they never have had time to do before, really. Grade some papers while they're here, get those in and updated before they go, get copies made if they need that. Just that organizational piece so that when they do walk out on those days, that they're able to detach as much as possible. Teachers never let that go. Neither do administrators, but to allow that work-life balance as much as possible. And then trustees and members of the community, you can see that it flows in that same way going all the way through. There are some times that we did fill in that I do want to mention. One of the goals for the 4-day week is to keep our staff in the classroom as much as possible, keep administrators in their building. So on some of those PD Fridays, we know that we have curriculum with our standards assessment and alignment. So if there's things that we can do on that Friday, we're going to go ahead and do that. This isn't, though, I must say, this isn't the end all be all to never need a teacher to come out of their classroom. So for example, IEP meetings, those are really scheduled at the discretion of our parents and our families as to what works best for them. And then also, there may be some meetings where the staff come out for the curriculum, but like I said, we've really tried to hit those as much as possible on those Fridays, knowing that that is a priority as we enter into this 4-day week. But at this point, it's filled in as much as we can do for this without the building principals taking a look at that and then working with their staff for it. And that'll take us through those first couple of pages. Trustees, any questions or thoughts as that format and how that's set up?
Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
so I'm curious as I look through the schedule, one of the big reasons we went to the 4-day week was getting teachers more time. I'm seeing 25-ish hours of teacher time throughout the entire year. Do we think that's enough to meet their goals and their needs based on why we went to the 4-day week?
I think as we start this school year, I think having this draft plan is an excellent way to start. I think we need to listen to our staff, listen to our administrators as to how things are going. I think one thing that is going to be very unique for them, and I'm hesitant to say odd, but we've never had this time like this before. And so we've got to be able to use that time the most effective way that we can, their PLC time, and that way it's very purposeful and meaningful. If we don't take advantage of this time and use it effectively, we're going to be no better than we were 6 months ago. So with these parts that are open, it allows that flexibility so that we can start off and what parts are going to be very tight and what parts are going to be loose that we can adjust as we go. And that's why we didn't want to limit ourselves too much, so we can learn and change throughout the course of this school year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Jody, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Perfect, thank you. Dylan, if you'll pull up that next slide, the last page. So the 21-22 school year begins the 4th year of the strategic plan, the 4th year of a 5-year strategic plan that's been in place. And so we're excited to continue to support the district in the initiatives of that have been the focus, including RTI and MTSS, that's structured support for students, PBIS, PLCs, and then, of course, school safety. We're also looking forward to converting to the 4-day week and all that that has to offer. As far as professional learning communities go this year, we are, after years of work with Solution Tree, this district has worked with Solution Tree for countless years. I can't even wrap a number around it, but we're thrilled to be able to push forward on our work with the RTI and MTSS models. This past year, due to the COVID restrictions, we weren't able to do a lot of work, but we had a Solution Tree expert that worked with every site, and they coached our guiding coalitions and leadership teams along with the administrator at each site, and they really tried to do what work they could do and tried to put some foundations in place. as we met as a leadership team and talked about the progress that they'd made in the past, along with the coaching support that they've had, that they had this past year, the one thing that kind of rang loud and clear to me was that every year they've worked with Solution Tree, they've had different coaches. And so a new coach comes in, they have new ideas. It takes a meeting or two to get to know the staff, the students, the data, and it really hasn't been productive. And so this year I've worked with Solution Tree to try to line up the same coaching team from Solution Tree to work with each administrator. And so I'm very excited to be able to do that this year. Casey and I, through a grant that she has, we are excited that our teams should be consistent and that we hope to move forward with our work that has been put in place this past year. So we are moving into this year, as Superintendent McGovern mentioned, we will have an RTI kickoff assembly on, it's a 3-hour keynote presentation with Solution Tree on what RTI is and why we need to have this in place at every building. And so that is on August 20th. And then they are coming in and leading right into an overview training on September 10th. It's a 6-hour training that will really put the foundations in at every site of what they need to do and how they're going to tackle this project. As leaders this year, we will periodically report out their progress as well as their work that they're doing with the embedded coaching that comes along with this project. And so I'm excited to be able to have that in place. We have the SAMHSA grant that's also on our PowerPoint here. That is the grant that we haven't heard officially yet if it's coming. We should know by October. But as of now, we have other grant funds that will provide the support for our at-risk students that are kind of beyond the other work that we do every day. Our ultimate goal in this is to keep our teachers in the classroom as much as we can. That's been one of the big initiatives this past year. We really did a good job doing that, and we continue to plan on that. And so those Fridays that we have scheduled them with professional development when we can, because we have that time and we don't want to pull our teachers out. We need our teachers in the classroom, especially as we convert to this 4-day week. So as far as school safety, you want to talk about school safety, Superintendent?
Sure. School safety, just very quickly, we updated our crisis manuals for this coming school year. And really the biggest change for those was on our SRP, where they used to do a lockout. The latest version for that is the verbiage changed and it's now a secure. And so that was a good opportunity so that we remain as current as we possibly can. It's really important for consistency within school safety. We know that the county uses this. Sweetwater 2 has adopted that model as well. And so that really is the most slight change. This year is going to be very unique, coming back, still working through some of the COVID-19 situations, but being able to provide in-person learning is always the goal for us as well. But very, very different. It's almost unique coming back this year after what we all went through for last year. So really for school safety, that's probably the biggest change for that, which in the overall picture is really very small.
Right. And then addressing learning loss is a big focus this year for us as we hope to go back to a somewhat normal school year. We are using ESSER II grant money this year to be able to do several things to address learning loss. One was that we hired interventionists at every school, and I've met many of the new interventionists at the new teacher trainings, and they are super excited and they are just ready to jump in and see what they can do to support the students in their assigned buildings. We're also using this ESSER II fund, the ESSER II funds to address learning loss by providing Friday school. And the Friday schools will be on the No School Fridays. Each month, we've provided money set aside so that at least 2 teachers can work to provide small group instruction for students who are struggling in any academic area that the school site has planned, has targeted. And so we're excited to be able to do that, as well as schools can also provide additional groups and enrichment activities with their extended day funds. And so on the No School Fridays, the teachers and the schools will be sending out information on what those Fridays could look like in each site, and they get to plan their own. So we're excited about addressing learning loss with that. Superintendent McGovern and I are wanting to form a task force addressing learning loss concerns and focus on ways that we can achieve student success K through 12. Would you like to say more about that? I know we talked about it last spring.
That's actually, trustees, it's the bottom part on here. It's the parental involvement and student achievement. The scores from the spring, from the testing that was conducted last spring, those scores are actually embargoed at this time through the state, and they don't become open to the public, I believe, until August 24th at the end of this month. So ideally, to put a task force or a council or however the board may choose to move that forward, ideally it would need to be after Labor Day as we head into September. A unique part for this, though, for the parent involvement and student achievement, is the American Rescue Plan funds. The district has not received any of those funds. At the beginning, we were told that it's approximately $14,200,000, but at this point, the district has not received any of the funds, neither have any of the other districts. However, if and when those funds come through, some of the requirements for those indicate the learning loss, 20% for learning loss, but also there's a component about keeping schools open, and we have a plan that works for us. So it could be updating our Smart Start plan. The requirements from the Wyoming Department of Ed could be to update your Smart Start plan, or the WDE actually has 2 forms to fill out. So it's one or the other. So some districts are choosing to update their Smart Start plan, others will fill out their templates. However, at this time, no monies have been received to any of the districts, and we really don't have an idea if or when that money would come in. However, as part of that achievement council, it could be a very valuable piece, because with that large sum of money, it would be very wise for the district to open that up and consider options from all of our stakeholders, and then also from the board, if there are trustees that would like to serve on that, or whatever direction the board would like to add through that. So as part of that process, it really could be an encompassing council that could be valuable to the district in many ways.
Questions?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman?
This is more just a general question. Do you know why the state embargoes those scores still so late?
Yes. That actually is a routine process that WDE goes through. What they do during that process is they will share those results confidentially with the school leaders at each one of the sites. It goes through our central administration building, through our assessment office, through Jody. But what it actually provides is an opportunity for school leaders to go through the results and see if there's anything with issues for validity or reliability. And then it gives that opportunity to loop it back to WDE if anything needs to be changed. And then when it goes public, then of course, then the scores are there. But it's kind of that window of opportunity to check to make sure everything's looking okay.
Thank you.
Further questions? To piggyback on what you were just saying, I'd like to take a few minutes to share with the audience some of the concerns that Sweetwater One has with the status and distribution of the American Rescue Plan and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, referred to as the ARP ESSER funds. As some of you may know, as the name implies, These emergency federal funds were intended to be quickly distributed by the WDE, or the Wyoming Department of Education, to the local school districts so that they have the resources necessary to support students as they recover from the negative impacts of COVID-19. From our perspective, this rapid distribution of the federal emergency funds is not occurring. In the case of this district, there's approximately, as Superintendent McGovern said, $14.2 million in federal funds that have yet been distributed by the WDE with no clear timetable or date as to when they will be made available. This uncertainty is disruptive to the educational process. These funds are critical to the ability of the district to budget, plan, and provide programs for its students. At this point, however, it appears that these emergency federal funds might not be provided until well into this school year, which will directly bear on the district's ability to address the educational impacts of COVID-19. In the meantime, Sweetwater One will continue to actively monitor the status of these emergency funds. Any further comments? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3B is a facilities update. Mr. Celeroli?
Madam Chair, members of the board, superintendent. Real quick, and not a whole lot going on, finishing up a bunch of projects. Lincoln Elementary, the demo, we are still working on the plan for it. I met with the city, myself and the civil engineer for that. So we went through that process. I signed off on the city's plan review today, so they'll now review our demo plans. That's where we're kind of at there. Satellite school, the data is still the hang up. The school itself is starting to move along. In fact, the locals have really picked up. It was amazing. We had some conversation with the locals because they were told that they couldn't talk to me directly. And they just kind of ignored that as of last month and started talking with me. And we kind of ironed some things out that was not right on the project. And they're moving along and getting things done. Like I said, though, the data wire, that's an issue, and they're working on that. I was told that they did contact another electrical outfit. I'm not 100% sure who that is right now. So as soon as I find out something, I'll let Mrs. McGovern know. Stagecoach, Deben already did a spectacular job. The floor is done. As of today, they were finishing it up. So what that means is we'll be going out to bid for the floor, and I'm glad that I waited because originally we looked at putting down some kind of a planking floor, like a LVT. But because when they did the floor originally, there's 2-inch difference from one side of the gym to the other. And they just kind of floated the concrete when they did it, and it was uneven. So we leveled it off. We just kind of sloped it up to where the doors are. And so it requires a different kind of floor because when you put the planks down where you have those little valleys, it'll show and it just won't look good. And plus it probably won't last very long. So we're going with a different kind of floor. High school ADA project will be complete tomorrow. And what that means is everything will be taken off the project. It'll be cleaned up. They restriped, I think it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Looks really nice. I contacted our owner's rep for Satellite School. He flies a drone almost every day to keep track of the retention ponds that we have in the area. And he's going to fly the school and take an aerial. When I get that, it'd be kind of nice to, put together a little program for and maybe one of our board meetings. Rock Springs, the culvert, we ran into a little issue with that when they were digging it up. They broke a conduit that housed one of the fiber optics. We couldn't get the guy in a timely manner. And my concern was getting to the point where if we pour concrete, I have to have cure time in order for the buses to drive over the concrete. And I don't want to reroute Joe's buses until the end of September, beginning of October, all through Cache Valley. So we made the decision on Friday to go ahead and repair the conduit that was there by putting like a clamshell type conduit device over the broken piece. We wrapped it up. The company does this for CenturyLink a lot. And so I had the ECI's guy go out there. Actually, it's the gal who does the data wiring throughout for our junior high. And she looked at it and They felt that it was an appropriate fix. We didn't break any of the, tear any of the cables up. So if we do have an issue, we'll just use the same conduit and rerun another fiber. So that's moving along. They'll be framing that out. They should be pouring here probably the next day or so. That hopefully will only have to detour the buses maybe 2 weeks into September before we can start driving on it. One of the other issues is that I want to address because it came up is prairie dogs in our grounds. We have ordered, I guess the chemical that they use like a weed and feed is an amine type solution that goes over and kills the weeds and fertilizes the grass. I'm not a grounds guy. That's just what I'm being told. I do know though that I signed for this back in June. It just got here last week. So as far as spraying weeds, they have been spraying weeds. They started on Thursday. They'll continue again this week to spray the weeds. We do the best we can. One of the other issues that we had this year is we normally carry 9 to 10 people in our grounds department over the summer. This year, it has nothing to do with availability. There's plenty of people out there, but we would hire and people just wouldn't show up for work, or they work for a day or two and then they wouldn't show up again. So we ended up this year running 5 guys on grounds, and we have 341 acres that has to be maintained. In 341 acres with 5 guys who are fixing sprinkler lines, doing their everyday things that they need to do is a lot to try to get taken care of. As far as the prairie dogs and the prairie dog holes, a lot of those prairie dogs, and they started out, we were actually catching up to them last year. Last summer was a pretty good summer. We were starting to make some headway with the construction of the satellite school. That hole, there was like 3 colonies where the satellite school currently is, and they've moved. As long as we keep encroaching on their land, they keep encroaching on ours. They have to go somewhere. We have tried. I mean, we hired somebody to come in, and the guy guaranteed us that he'd be able to eradicate the prairie dogs. After 3 weeks, he came back and said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you my poison stuff that I've been using, but he couldn't keep up with it. We have tried CO devices where we pump down carbon monoxide down into the holes. We've tried smoke bombs. We've tried bubble gum. We tried trapping them. When you purchase the amount of poison that we need to purchase for these prairie dogs, they will only sell it to you during this time of year that you can actually kill them. It's in the fall. I believe it's October. You have the month of October to poison. That's when we did last year, and this year we'll have to wait to October to poison them again. I would be more than happy if anybody can give me a solution to prairie dogs. I would buy them lunch, because I just don't know what to do with these things. I mean, it's like I've never seen anything like it in my life. I mean, these guys, they move in and they just don't want to leave. Terry made a comment after the flood. He says, well, we probably flooded them all out. They were doing the backstroke in the water. I mean, blowing bubbles with the bubble gum we gave them, I guess. I don't know. But it's, I don't know. When you have a professional guy tell you, I give up. I don't know what to do. I've researched these things. This is 3 years now that I've actually looked at these things on the internet. And I would encourage people to look in the internet, because it is amazing on government sites that they're trying to make these things extinct. I don't know. I mean, we can't get them to move from one piece of property to the other. So the prairie dogs are, I'm open to suggestions. Anybody out there who's listening on YouTube, they can come to my office. They can email me. They can, phone my office, because I honestly don't know what to do with them. We have tried everything that we know of. And, I'm hoping as we fill in the holes. Now, I will say this. I did notice, and I read articles where if you fill in the holes, that after a while they get tired of digging a new hole. Well, we don't have the manpower, and quite frankly, we get tired of filling the holes up. But that's what we're doing. And before school starts, in fact, this week we'll have our crew dedicated just going around, because for me, that's the big issue, is the safety. I mean, the holes that they put in there, they're a nuisance. And I get it. When I used to live on a ranch, prairie dogs were devastating to cattle, coming across and they step in a hole and break their leg, and you got to put something, an animal down. So we're trying to fill up the holes. We'll continue to fill up the holes. I will say one thing that we did have success with last year that really made a big dent in our prairie dog population was badgers. If we trap a badger and put a badger on our property, the badger will eat the prairie dogs and the prairie dogs kind of go away. It's
just worse.
just food chain. I don't, like I said, we really have tried just about everything. So if you have a pet badger, somebody said dogs, because they say that these little terriers, the Jack Russell Terriers, are really bred to kill prairie dogs, and they will go down the holes and kill the prairie dogs. But just the thought of that and some little kid playing in the playground kind of being traumatized for the rest of his life, seeing his pet, Jack Russell Terrier coming out of the hole with a prairie dog isn't the best thing, I guess. But seriously, that's kind of my report. Like I said, there's not a whole lot going on. We are finishing up an awful lot of projects, and we are taking care of the holes for the prairie dogs. But if anybody out there has any idea at all how to get rid of prairie dog, I would absolutely love to. Like I said, I will take you out to lunch to hear about prairie dogs and how to get rid of them. So,
Sounds like whack-a-mole.
yeah, it pretty much is. I mean, and when another colony moves into a colony, they will kill that other colony. So they do kill themselves off, but then they continue to grow. They'll have 2 and 3 pups, and it's just like, I mean, those things out there by Stagecoach, I mean, they're bigger than my dog. They're huge. So,
Dan,
yes,
what does
sir.
the cemetery crew use?
I don't know. We talked to the city last year, and I asked them because I knew the golf course had a lot of issues with prairie dogs, and they chose a different means that required them to go to the city council. We do not have that option. I can tell you that, and I would imagine that the cemetery may have done the same thing. I'm not sure.
I just walk up there and I know the cemetery doesn't have any, but Walnut School has more than one.
Yeah. You go down in town, and there's some areas of town where they have beautiful plush lawns. You don't see not one prairie dog. You come out by us where it's their natural habitat. And like I said, we do an awful lot of ground disturbing that moves them, encourages them to move somewhere else. And, it's just, I don't know. I'm open to suggestions.
Could it also be that we're so close to the desert there besides?
That is their natural habitat,
Mhm.
and we are infringing on their natural habitat. So what do you do? I mean, we're going to eradicate. And honestly, folks, I'm not a pro prairie dog guy, but when you go and if you research prairie dogs, and we have whitetail prairie dogs, not blacktail prairie dogs, you will be amazed at how many, groups are out there that will defend these things as far as their right to life. I mean, we have to coexist. I get that, but it makes it very difficult for us. And as I said before, I'm not a proponent of poisoning because I just don't like the idea of having poison pellets around where, you'll read stories where people, the prairie dog eats the pellet and he's dying, and then someone's cat or dog will get it and kill the prairie dog, and then they die. So, or then you have kids. I mean, these are predominantly elementary schools. So, we are in a different, kind of a difficult position because we don't want to do something that is endangering our kids or the pets. 2 years ago, I brought up the point of, up in Park City. I talked to Park City Golf Course, and the guy said it was the most expensive cat he ever replaced because they poisoned the prairie dogs. Somebody's cat killed the prairie dog when it was being poisoned and died. He said it cost him $40,000 to replace that cat. So, again, I'm open to suggestions. I never admit to knowing everything, and this is certainly something I need help with. So,
Dan, has there been any flooding? Any update on flooding?
Not really. I mean, at the time of the flood, that was an exciting day, evening, following 2 days. I have talked with the city because they had an awful lot of people down there expressing concern about the ditches and things like that. I went and visited with Paul Kausich, the city engineer. He is developing a plan. He says as soon as he gets to where he's ready, because I learned something. we own ditches, but a lot of those culverts are not actually city-owned culverts. The pipes that go down in between property lines actually belong to those property owners. So, we have to get together, everyone, and come up with a solution. A lot of people look at those ditches and they say, oh, we'll just clean them out because you got shrubs growing. If you go to, Army Corps of Engineers, they kind of don't like you to clean them out because then velocity of water picks up. It starts bringing silt and everything. I actually took some interesting photos because I want, because I get people, ask me this all the time, as far as, after we have any major runoff of any kind. And it is interesting because when you have those, the sagebrush growing in those ditches, you'll see them all rolled over, but they've held the silt back. Then you go down to, well, just take this ditch over here where we have sagebrush in the middle of the ditch. And you can see where the sagebrush has leaned over, and a lot of that silt is over on the sagebrush. But then you look at where it came out of the culvert, and it undermined all of our sidewalk. It went over the top of the sidewalk. It did some really crazy damage to the soils where it hit. If you go further down to where we're replacing the box culvert, I'd say probably the last maybe 50 yards of it has never had any sagebrush or anything growing there. We washed that culvert out prior to working on it. Took a fire hose and washed everything out. It was down to the cement. If you go down there and look, just from that one flood issue, which was a big deal. I mean, 2.5 inches or 2.25 inches in 20 minutes. And that thing is more than 50% covered with silt. And that's a massive hole. So, we need to develop a plan. It has to be a joint plan with all of the stakeholders, everybody in the different areas. I did talk to JFC and asked him, because I would rather see our corner of the property over at Stagecoach, for instance, flooded rather than some of the homes. So I was thinking about maybe putting either a retention pond or detention pond, whichever was applicable in that area, and maybe taking some of the overflow in on our property rather than have it sit in the ditch. But, we're not in it on our own. So we need help from our neighbors, and we need to sit down together with the stakeholders and come up with a solution. But yeah, the flooding, I mean, that was a crazy flood. I mean, I don't think there was an area in town on this side of town that, it didn't damage. So that's kind of where we're at. We are working on it.
Okay.
We're just waiting for a plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you, Dan. Item number 4 on our agenda is the communications and correspondence or public comment. If a member of the public initiates specific complaints or charges against an employee in order to protect the employee's rights to privacy and due process, the board will only hear those complaints or charges in closed session. The board encourages concerned individuals to file complaints using the appropriate district complaint procedure and appropriate forms, which can be obtained from the district's website. As per policies BDDH and KD, please limit your comments to the board to one time. If your comments have been previously submitted in writing, please refrain from addressing the board a second time. At this time, I have one public comment that has been submitted. It is from Daniel Calvi, who is a parent. And I think we just probably addressed this, but what is being done about our fields due to the infestation of prairie dogs? I was at Stagecoach recently, and between the weeds and the holes from the prairie dogs, it is a hazard for our children who play on these fields, but also a complete failure from the staff that is in charge of taking care of them. Due to the present condition, and if something isn't done soon, the field at Stagecoach will be a complete loss, and additional money will have to be spent to repair or completely resod it. So I believe Mr. Celeroli just addressed that particular comment. Okay, is there further public comment? If so, please come to the podium and state your name.
Hi, I'm
Hello.
Jen Baird. Thanks, board, for letting me speak today. I just had a couple questions about the policy on out of area requests. My first question is there a reason that we have to wait for a couple days before those out of area requests are approved?
Superintendent McGovern, would you like to address that?
Sure. Do you want to ask is your second question about out of area?
Yeah, they all are.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Do you just want me to ask them all?
Sure.
Okay. So, and then I was wondering if we could do something for previous students, such as being evaluated at the end of the school, let them know that they are able to return to that school. I have some kids going to Farson, and it's a big commitment and a life change. And so not knowing if they're going to be approved until a couple days before school is kind of has a bunch of downfalls. What is the process of accepting students? Is there a panel? What's the criteria to be accepted? And where would we find that criteria? I always recommend Farson to my friends when we speak about their children having issues or just wanting to have smaller class sizes. And so I always get the question of what does it take to be able to go to Farson, and not being able to know what school that you're going to be attending before that open house. It kind of defeats the purpose of open house. Like I still don't know if my children are approved. And open house is tomorrow. So, and then just like I'm getting sent student square for the, hopefully not the school that we're going to. And so I'm not getting any of the student square to the school that I am hoping that they are attending. So those are my questions.
Sure. Superintendent McGovern?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for the feedback. We always take a look at the current process every year.
Okay.
And try to evaluate if we're being as effective as we can or if we're not. Actually, policy JC talks about student attendance areas, and then there's also a procedure that goes with it, JC-R.
Okay.
That lists some of the guidance that goes with it. But to speak to that, out-of-area requests are only approved on a year-to-year basis. And the reason for that is because sometimes the dynamics of families or the needs of schools change. So, for example, from last year to this year, our district has closed 3 schools. So we've closed Overland and Westridge, and then we've actually closed our third, which was Washington School here in town, which housed our Head Start building. And so part of that is because we don't know how things are going to go with the influx from year to year. So we do keep that with 1-year onlys for those. Tomorrow is actually the meeting for enrollments. And so Mrs. Bolton and the principals will get together and evaluate the out-of-area requests that come from the principals of those buildings. So there's an out-of-area request form that is on the district website. They have up until tomorrow, Tuesday, before the start of school. That procedure is also listed in the handbooks that go out for all of the schools. The criteria is listed in front. It is in a panel. It's signed by the principal of who their home school would be, and then also the school that they're choosing to go to.
Okay.
So tomorrow, I believe they're starting bright and early at 7 o'clock. I believe they're going to begin with our 5-6 buildings, and then they'll go to our K-3 buildings, including our Farson schools. And they will go through the out-of-area request forms that have come in. Out-of-area request forms, there's 2 different kinds. One of them is for a true out-of-area. So, for example, it could be a family that would like to attend Farson School if they live here in town just because of the smaller class size or what have you. There's another out-of-area that's actually for childcare. And so we see that a lot as well, and that is for our younger students, of course. And that would be if there is a babysitter that lives in a certain attendance area and the family would like the child to go through there. Out-of-area for daycare is available to be turned in throughout the school year because We do have a lot of mobility that happens here within Sweetwater One and our community. And for that reason alone, when our families move, we keep that option open so that we can best support our families. A true out of area just for asking to go to another school because that's where they would like their child to go. Those come in up until the Tuesday before school, and that's outlined in the policy and the handbook and the procedure for that. So really, that criteria, when the principals take a look, we want to do what's best for our students to have them be successful. They know the kids that are in their building. So if a student has attended, for example, Farson before in the past, they look at attendance and their success, their relationships. We want our kids to have friends and be successful. And then if it is a go with both of the principals, then that would occur in that meeting that Mrs. Bolton facilitates. We've tried over the years, we've seen that date be lots of different times. And when I was the HR director, we had it the week before than what it is right now. And what we found for that was whenever we had that meeting, if it was too early, there were so many things that could change so that all the movements that occurred really weren't meeting the best interests of the students. I've also tried it where we moved the date even closer, more to the start of school. And for the reason that you had mentioned, that turnaround time to make those phone calls to the families to let them know your out of area request was approved, give you some time to this is your school, your open house is going to be this time. If you go too close to the start of school, then it's really kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. So trying to find that sweet spot in there to have that is kind of a tough thing. That's where that Tuesday before the start of school actually came in. And this year it does allow for a little bit of time for that to occur so that we can communicate back with our families. When the meeting is held tomorrow and then when it ends, our school secretaries, they stay late. They make those personal phone calls home to our families so that they can hear from the school to know, yes, it is approved and here's what we need to do for our next steps. But it's for those reasons that we kind of keep it at 1 year only. We do recognize that if a student has went to a certain school and it's worked out well for the family and for the student, they're doing well, they're having good student performance, then we like to honor those things as much as we can. We know our families wouldn't submit those if there wasn't a need,
Right.
For it. But was there any other questions that I didn't answer for you? But I do appreciate your feedback, and we
Thanks.
do try to make that as feasible for our families and for our kids as much as we can.
The one that I guess didn't totally get answered was maybe could there be a process for returning students at the end of the year? Is that something that we could discuss or maybe get put in place so that the children that have previously went to that school could have the knowledge at the end of the year knowing that they are accepted for the previous year?
I think that
Next
feedback
year.
is something that we always consider. I'm hesitant to say, yes, we're going to put that in because it's hard to know exactly how things are going to be from year to year.
Okay.
I think back to the last 8 years that we've had, and we've done nothing but deal with, legislative cuts and closing schools and early retirements and moving people so that we can keep jobs and do what's best for our kids. So it's really hard to put something into place when we don't know for sure what that crystal ball will be. And for that reason, that's why we do try, if a student is successful and there's any way that we can keep that consistency for them, we do like to do that without, being something that is firm and set in stone. The danger on that is you just don't know, what that would be like for the next year. And that's a tough position to be in,
Right.
Especially when you're making those phone calls home to families. But
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
My name is Matt Gardner. Want to make it clear, I'm not actually representing Sweetwater Medics or anything. I just was unable to get off duty this evening to attend this meeting. So, good evening, Superintendent McGovern, Board of Trustees. I stand here before you this evening, admittedly at a little bit of a disadvantage, not knowing the entirety of the Board of Trustees and where y'all may stand on some things. So I don't want you guys to take individually what I have to say as any sort of personal attacks or anything like that, because that's not my intention. However, I do come with some frustration is what I'm here this evening. I've heard you mention several times that your goal is to do what's best for the students, and I understand that has to be the students throughout the district. I also understand that oftentimes we as members of the community may not understand all of the intricacies that go into decisions that are made. Having said that, there are some decisions that on their surface are simply malicious. I've been a longtime skeptic of this administration, to be completely honest with you, but I've held out hope that as we get new board members and everything, that the general consensus is still to do what's best for the kids, that there's not malice, that we're simply bound by federal policy that we have no choice in, or budget constraints. I understand those things. I truly do. I held out hope that we weren't making decisions based on malice. And some decisions have been made recently that lead me to question that hope. If you'll notice the entirety of the far side of the room over here, these are representatives from the Farson Valley that are here tonight. I wouldn't say that I'm speaking for them, but if they have anything, if they disagree with anything I have to say, they're welcome to state that. Last spring, a group of students, very frustrated and disenfranchised by the atmosphere that had taken hold of their school, decided to stand up and ask the community for help. After feeling that their efforts to affect positive change within their school system had failed, they approached members of the community and simply asked for advice on how to proceed, because they wanted to see their students, their peers, and their school succeed. We ended up having a special session of the Farson Eden School Advisory Committee with superintendent, HR director, as well as a couple board members attending. That was at the time actually felt like a pretty, like some things were addressed, like we were heard, the students like they were heard. But it was pretty clear even at that time that several of you in this room disagreed with their approach and perhaps were even angry that they would dare question the sanctity of the administration. It is mind-boggling to me that a board member or administration would balk at a group of students taking initiative just simply trying to improve the quality of their school and educational system. When these students came forward, they were very, very afraid that there would be reprisals against them, the school, and any sympathetic staff members or teachers. They were advised by many of us in the community that although that would be terribly unethical, it was entirely possible due just simply to human nature, and that they should be prepared for such actions. And they had to decide, was their cause worth the risk? The students ended up ultimately deciding that the cause was worth the risk for them. Now I realize that you will hide behind policy and privacy and federal law. And I'm not here to talk about any specific staff members, so you needn't worry about that. But I want you to know that we're not ignorant, naive, or stupid. We can see through these smoke screens. And to be honest, from what we see, many of us, the reason that there's not more people in that audience over there is because they're afraid. They're afraid to come in here and speak their mind. They're afraid to come in here and ask hard questions, because from what we've seen, when that happens, punitive action is taken against our students and our staff. Plain and simple. We have effective teachers in Farson. We have a fantastic school out there that I'm very proud to be a part of. And lo and behold, when we've got staff members who are actually champions of the students, just simply encouraging them to stand up for what they believe was right, and suddenly there's days before school starts, there are transfers and all kind of actions like that taken. You cannot tell me on the face that doesn't appear punitive. You will tell me it's not, I guarantee it. But on its face, it is. I just want the board to be aware that these things are going on if you're not. And I hope that the questions are asked in those closed sessions that we're not going to be privy to. I understand that. I'm going to tell you, as a concerned community member, here's the perception that I have, and you guys can agree or disagree. It appears that it's the policy of the administration to continually reinforce to the students and parents that you own our children, that they are to be obedient little subjects who do as they are told without any question as to whether your motivations are truly in line with their best interests. I cite, for example, a couple of years ago when you guys passed a cell phone policy, which on its face sounds perfectly reasonable. We don't want distractions in the classroom. But you've turned building administrators into wardens who have better things to do than do spot checks and surprise inspections on classrooms to ensure that teachers are following these policies when they are more than capable of running them to their classrooms. Give the teachers a little bit of credit. You could have created a policy that allowed the teachers an avenue to report and deal with things should they need it. But they shouldn't be under constant fear that a building administrator is going to be interrupting their education, their lesson, to make sure that a kid doesn't have a cell phone in his pocket, because that honestly is more of a disruption of the classroom time than that kid with a cell phone in his pocket. Furthermore, your attendance policy outlining the 5-day limit and essentially removing any discretion from parents to be able to decide whether or not their students needed to be in school those days. I understand you face some different concerns here in Rock Springs than we do as a whole out there. We've got agricultural students out there who have to, for their family's survival, work on the farm certain days of the year. Don't tell me those parents don't know what's best for their children, but you guys have made it clear that you feel you know better. So our feeling is that you want to own our children. You want an authoritarian regime of a bunch of students and parents who are afraid to stand up and speak. Now, we realize that you're really not fazed by the feelings of our Farson citizens. I mean, the deck is so far stacked against us that we can't even elect our own board representation out there. We're all aware that our Farson Eden board representative was overwhelmingly elected on the backs of Rock Springs voters due to name recognition within Rock Springs. We don't really have any faith that our board representative has the best interests of the Farson Eden Valley at heart. You may, and I certainly invite you to hopefully prove us wrong on that. But from what we've seen so far, we're skeptical. And for starters, when we have a member of the community bring documentable concerns about a staff member to your attention, now admittedly not through your fancy little form because she was unaware of that form, not one person reached out and even directed her to the appropriate forms to file those concerns. I know that email was sent to each and every board member, to the superintendent, to the HR director, to the teacher in question, and to the building administrator. Not one person even bothered to respond. Now, I know you can't discuss personnel items in public, and I know that you have a process, but even a simple, thank you for your concern, please reference the website, here's the form, that would have been fantastic. Instead, silence. In closing, all I'll say is you guys, as an administration, and I apologize, I'm not holding each and every board member responsible for this because I don't know even what you guys are individually aware of. I just want to make you aware. But you as an administration had an opportunity last spring to send a message to our students that they do have a voice, that change can be effected, that it's okay to stand up for what you believe in professionally, and I believe they did, and that the board and administration is truly looking out for the best interests of the students. Instead, it appears that, to our students anyway, you've shown them that your motivations are solely for absolute authoritarian control, and that anyone who does dare to speak up will most certainly feel reprisals. And I would like to add that many of us who are here tonight were begged by our students not to come here tonight. Begged by them because they are truly terrified for the future of our school. The future of our school and the future of our teachers. And I know nothing I said was really a question, so I will leave it at that. If you have any response, I'd love to hear it.
I will say that I did attend that meeting last spring, and I was actually very impressed with the students there, how they conducted themselves, the questions they asked. I applaud those students. They were very, some admitted that they may not have had all the information they needed, but they spoke very well to their issues. And I believe I will tell you, I heard them. So in response to that, I heard them very well. They spoke very well.
Chair Jellicoe, if I could.
Superintendent McGovern?
Sure. I'd like to talk to the students a little bit. When we attended the meeting up there last year, I thought that the students did a fabulous job in expressing their concerns and that they were heard. And I can tell by your attendance, of course, that some of the decisions sometimes aren't going to be favorable in the eyes of everyone. And that is to not hide behind the law. That is not no faith in the decision or putting any member of this board or myself or Mrs. Bolton in an unfavorable light. But I can tell you when those kind of things take place, it's like being in a boxing ring with one hand tied behind your back and you're constantly getting jabbed because the other side of those things, they can never come out. And they won't. And that doesn't mean that you're hiding behind personnel. It doesn't mean that that the kids weren't heard. They were heard very much so, and they did an excellent job in expressing their opinion. But I can tell you that none of those things are ever taken lightly by any means, but we do have to follow the law. We have to follow policy. And sometimes those kind of decisions are going to be made. And I wish there was more that we could say, but we are interested in finding the very best for Farson Eden School. And that by no means is anything threatening. It doesn't have anything to do with fear or being able to have your voice heard or an opportunity for that. That was not the case in any of those things. And I know some of you are going to have a difficult time believing that, but that is the truth for it. It really is the truth. So it's not hiding, it's not doing any of those things, but it's being asked some of those kind of questions that unfortunately we're unable to answer part of it. And that is confidentiality, and that is the law that we have to follow as an employer. Not because we're afraid, not because we don't want to address the fact, but because we simply aren't allowed to do so. And that's the most difficult thing because that's where the rumors start. That's where people believe that we're hiding, that we're not trying to do what's right. That is not the case. We are simply unable to do that. Trustees, I don't know if you'd like me to address anything else or
Further
if
comments?
you would like to add, but
Anything anyone would like to add? Further public comment?
My name is Jen Smith. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. So my question is when does Farson get to win? When does Farson not have to make the sacrifices? You assure us that the transfer of said teacher, since I can't speak of names, I'm sure you guys will all know who I'm talking about, that was announced on Friday, who happens to be, when you ask the high school students, who's your favorite teacher? His name is mentioned by all of them. And magically, all of a sudden, he happens to be one of the ones that was involved in encouraging the students to speak their mind, put themselves out there. All of a sudden, he's being transferred. You have to fill 3 positions by transferring 1 teacher. I've been told that he will still live in Farson and you'll pay for his gas to drive back and forth to Rock Springs. How does that make any physical sense to this district. He is student council leadership, and he teaches 2 different subjects.
Again, we cannot address those issues. Those are personnel issues by law. And I don't know if you know what my history is, but I have worked for attorneys that ask the same kinds of questions sometimes, and we're not allowed to have those answers oftentimes. So by law, we cannot discuss those issues.
And I didn't imagine that I would get answers, but I do have to ask the questions. I do. May I have one of these waters?
Sure.
These, someone's-
Sure.
So my next question, or my next statement. I am the person that brought a personnel concern, and you all got an email from me. I wasn't aware that I had to go through a certain form to complain about, or shall I say, bring to light a serious issue with a teacher in Farson. The school is not a place for politics. It's not a place for religion. And I think you will all agree that it should be a place that our kids are safe to believe the way they believe, to feel the way they feel, and not be harassed because they disagree with a teacher's politics. Like I said, I don't know if you remember, but if you look back in your June emails, I addressed this directly. I carbon copied each one of you in the email that I sent to that specific teacher. And I demanded his resignation because it has no place in our school. I would like to assume that maybe it didn't get addressed because it happens to be the spouse of our board member that represents our school.
Okay.
I know I can't go there. Look back in your email. I'll submit the form the proper way, but I need this to be addressed. This is a problem, a big problem. I have pulled my daughter out of this district.
I'm sorry, but I don't remember your email.
I don't
Does-
either.
Okay,
Does-
I have a copy of it right here that I'd be happy to share. I have all of your email addresses on here. I emailed him first
Madam
and
Chair.
stated my problem.
You know, we cannot go here.
I know. You,
We
you don't
can't-
have time for this, and I'll submit it through the form. I just want to make you aware that there are problems that are unresolved, that
Then
if we
need to
can't reach out to you and speak our mind, if it just gets shoved under the rug, how do we feel like there's an open line of communication? I mean, I know that you have to give the answers that you have to give, that you can't talk about it. You know, there's rules, there's laws. But at what point does Farson get to count? I mean, I realize we come from totally different worlds. Being in this meeting makes me realize you're dealing with prairie dogs being a problem. You're dealing with 340 acres. We do that all the time, you know, and I'm not taking anything away from you guys, but I don't know that you actually understand our students, but what we do works. I mean, we're in the top 20 percentile in Farson. The district is in the bottom 50%. The problem is not Farson. But yet when teachers get transferred out, they leave Farson. So I will be submitting a form since apparently nobody got my information.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what
Well,
you're
it's been a
talking
frustrating
about.
summer because I emailed this teacher and I carbon copied every one of you in here. I heard nothing. Then I addressed you all, including Mrs. Rosanico. I carbon copied the teacher because I have nothing to hide. I'm all about transparency with this. Let's talk about this like adults. Let's address these issues. I've heard nothing from anyone. And, you know, I run my own business. I send emails from this address all the time. Pretty certain that my email address works. I'm not sure how it would have failed in all of these instances with every single person. I'm not saying I don't
Please.
believe you. I just
Yeah.
really wish that I could have gotten some feedback, even
Well,
submit it through this form. That's how you need to do it. I would have been happy to do that.
well, and that's from my perspective, and I'm listening to other members. I don't know that anyone is recognizing what you're talking about.
Okay, well, the first email
So-
was June 3rd. The second one was June 11th. My email address is jenjerwy@gmail.com. You can search your emails.
JEN.
jerwy@gmail.com.
It's not in
Okay.
my spam either.
Well, I will be submitting it through
Please
the,
do.
the channel.
Yeah, please do.
I'm kind of glad to hear that nobody's seen it because I was afraid that it was just getting shoved aside considering that the person that it
I-
involves.
Like I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. I apologize.
Because as a
but-
parent, it's hugely off-putting,
Yeah.
especially considering the subject matter and the further information that has come out of the woodwork about this instance. This is concerning. And then now we're headed into a new school year without it even being addressed. Then our teachers start getting transferred. It's really frustrating because we just don't have a voice.
Well, I will
We
say,
try.
I know several trustees have been to your school multiple times. You do have a voice. You do have a voice, and we'll try to get to the bottom of this. But again, please submit it.
Okay.
And we'll go through the channels. But speaking for myself, I have no recollection, and from what I'm hearing from my fellow trustees, they have no recollection either. So it got hung up somewhere.
Well, and I'll tell you this, I believe that we should stand up for what we believe in. I encourage my fellow citizens, my kids. I'm sorry, but you're probably going to get a barrage of information from Farson. But unfortunately, we don't have an outlet representation other than submitting through your form.
And
So
that's
you're going to hear from us.
that is the purpose. That
Okay,
is the
well,
purpose.
Thank you for your time. And like I said, I'll send that to you tomorrow.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, I'm Marty Albert. I teach first grade at Sage, and as always, I only speak for myself. I have one question and one comment to make. My question, I read the Sweetwater Now article about what our public health has recommended about masks, what Sweetwater 2 said they would do. Where are we standing on that? I never want to teach from home. And when Sweetwater 2 said if they get 15% with COVID in the school unmasked, everyone will mask. If they go up to 30%, which is probably a given deal if we're at 15, the school will close. I want to know if we're heading that way because that makes me seriously regret staying. And I hate to say that, but teaching from home was a nightmare. And if we're going that direction, would you consider giving teachers access to their classrooms where it is much more manageable than the whiteboard I tape to my TV?
Marty, that's the discussion that's coming up in the next agenda item.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that was my question. And then we're back to my Pollyanna. I am determined to bring something positive to the board every single month. And so this month, I want to recognize our community, how much our community supports our schools. I look at businesses that support every team sport, that get behind our speech and debate teams, and do all of those things to support our community. We're not a large community, and yet people put themselves out there even when it's been difficult economic times. And I'm really proud of our community for that. I specifically want to talk about Commerce Bank. Commerce Bank has kind of been amazing. From the time they opened their doors, they have offered a barbecue for the teachers at our back to school week every single year. It's a huge undertaking for them. And this year they had to change the date. It got crazy. We had to change the date. They didn't have to, and they did. And then right after they do that, 2 days later, they're contributing to the back to school barbecue for Sage. So I just want you to know that Commerce Bank is out there behind the district, and I really appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
I wasn't going to come up here. I'm not ready. Cheryl Notman, President of SEA, and good evening, Board. I would just like to say welcome, right? We're back to school. And I would like to appreciate the district for giving us access to the new teachers. We had a great back-to-school breakfast this week, and it was wonderful to see all those new teachers and exciting young faces. And we're going to have a great year. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you and everyone and all the new teachers and not old teachers, experienced teachers, right? Everyone. So welcome to the new year this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
My name's Nate Woolman. I just had a question for you. What is the status on the, you were talking last month about the air conditioning at Walnut? Did you guys have any, or chiller?
Excuse me.
Do you have an update on that?
Excuse me. Would you direct your comments to
Sorry.
the board and then I'll direct?
Okay, sorry
Okay,
about that.
That's okay.
I
That's
was
okay.
just wondering, last month there was discussion about the chiller, air conditioning, ventilation, whatever, out at Walnut School, and I was just wondering what the status was on that.
Mr. Celeroli, would you like to address that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, superintendent. We're in the process of design, so it's not going to happen this year. But what we're going to do is we actually have 3 schools, okay? And they're what we call cookie cutters. The basics of those 3 schools are almost identical. You've got Overland, Walnut, and Desert View. So what we're going to do is we're looking at one design, see if it will fit. If it doesn't fit, then we have to redo our design. But the intention is finish Overland because that school is empty. Once we get, the logistics, because like I said, mechanical room of Walnut and Overland are identical. Then what we'll do is we'll go out to bid probably early spring, and over the summer, so the summer of 22, we'll put the air conditioning chillers, whichever looks to be the best option. Okay? All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have another question to
Please proceed.
coincide with that. With that being the case, I just wanted to reinstate that Walnut is a very warm school in the fall and the spring. And I just want to continue to press against the mask mandate being in the school. I know you mentioned that that's going to be a discussion in the next line item. I was wondering, is there going to be discussion with that, or will we be able to talk again?
That's part of item number 5.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Further public comment? Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll proceed then to item number 5, which is the discussion on the start of school safety procedures and COVID-19. Superintendent McGovern, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I think the big question is, how will the district respond if COVID gets out of hand? And I think the first thing that must be said is last year, as we all know, the district has a good plan that if we needed to make things be more restrictive, we have a plan that works and that we're able to do so. But we don't want to be able to use that plan and have to implement that again. We want to be able to keep things open for in-person learning as much as we can, have activities for our students to participate in, but at the same time, we've got to be able to keep our students and our staff safe. So some of the things that I will be keeping a close eye on in collaboration with our Wyoming Department of Health and also our local county health officer. The first is going to be the percent of positivity rate and the average number of cases per 100,000 people. That is the color coding that the Wyoming Department of Health puts out every 2 weeks. The last time that they did that was July 27th, and that should be coming out, I believe, for tomorrow. That's where you see the color coding of whether it's green, yellow, orange, and red. Sweetwater County has not moved a whole lot all the way through the pandemic, even up to right now. Overall, our county is sitting at yellow, and some of the other coding areas are orange, which means that our positivity rate is higher than what they would like. However, it is good data to take a look at. A lot of the decision-making, unfortunately, has been pushed onto local boards of education. It has gotten to be such a political thing that we've got to be able to watch the data and make good decisions and not the politics. Other items to take a look at are hospitalizations and our overall healthcare capacity. What is our hospital able to do, and keeping in close contact through Dr. Station and then also our hospital. If beds are filling up, and that is the case where we don't have the ability to admit students or staff or our community as a whole, that is concerning, and it's good data to take a look at. Some of the other things to take a look at is the community and the school spread rates when possible. However, last year the contact tracing was done by our school nurses. This year, contact tracing is done by the state. And so it means that this process could be a little bit slower than what it was for last year, and the time that it takes to communicate that to the state and back, but it nonetheless provides good information. What happens out in the community does have a direct effect as to what is brought into the schools. We've had our county fair for the last weekend. We had events down in Cheyenne. People have been able to enjoy family time throughout the whole summer. So here we are now, ready to start school. But what does happen in the community does have an effect into our school. So we'll keep an eye on those rates as well. Some of the other things to consider are the coverage of our classrooms. So last year we took a look at the overall staff wellness and how positive cases for COVID were within the district for our staff member. It was very important to keep our schools open. So at one point, we had several staff members here from the CAB that went to schools to substitute to make sure that we did keep our classrooms open for our students. But at any time, we do watch the substitute rate, because if we're not able to fill those and provide coverage, again, that is another piece of data that is an indicator of the overall availability for our staff. I mentioned the contact tracing at the state level. I think it's very important whether people are for vaccines or against vaccines. We do know that that is the number one prevention that is recommended. And so getting a vaccination has been readily accessible through our local health department, and anyone at any time, as long as they're 12 and older, are able to receive that. Tomorrow, we have another meeting with our local county health officer and our health department, and also our school nurses, to gather more information as we prepare for the start of school. Our school nurses did a fabulous job last year doing the contact tracing, talking to our parents, being able to share the latest information. We also put that out on our Parent Square so that families could make the best decision for them. At this point, through the decision of our Board of Education, we do not have health orders. The governor has come out and said that he will not be issuing health orders. We had a meeting last week with Dr. Harris, the state health officer. She reiterated the same thing, that there would probably be no health orders coming for that, which once again turns that to the local level. Some things that I think is very important is that the law has changed for that as well. The new law requires 48 hours notice and an opportunity to comment prior to issuing any health order. And it limits the county or the local health officer to no more than 10 days of duration without approval by the county commission, the city council, or the health district board. So legislation changed. Statewide orders are also limited to a duration of 10 days unless they're issued by the governor. And again, he has said that he will not be issuing any mask orders with consultation from the state health officer, and they would only be in effect for 60 days. This really does change the health officers and the health departments. Instead of issuing things, they're more of an advisory role, and they provide guidance. But again, they can only issue things according to the county commission, the city council, or the health district board. And again, that would be for only 10 days. As of now, we know that it is a family choice for our parents and guardians to send their students to school with a mask or a shield, and it is also a staff choice. However, we do keep an eye on those pieces of data that I mentioned earlier. Some of the other things to watch are the impact on our businesses and our nursing homes, our daycares, those kind of things. We want to be able to keep the doors open so that our families can work while keeping everyone safe. Some of the other things is to consider the recent information. It is the best information. Things are changing so quickly. Today we had an administrator meeting and we were talking about that last year our health orders changed 28 times. So every 2 weeks, the footing underneath us was constantly moving, constant. So by the time we would get information out as quickly as we could, we were keeping an eye as to when the next set of information was going to come through. So recent information is best. We know that there's a lot of student responsibility for our older students. So we know that parents might recommend for having a mask come through, but we really need our students, our older ones, to be responsible for their actions as well, including our parents along with the school. Yep. This one's a tough one because there isn't a perfect answer for everyone. Everyone has an opinion, rightfully so. But I think the key for this is going to be open communication, similar to what we did for last year. We want to be able to offer in person and not go backwards. That is one thing that we would all agree. We do not want to go backwards. I think everything is worth considering in the data pieces that I mentioned. One thing that are options for us is COVID-19 testing. I know that when a lot of the district superintendents met for a virtual call, we talked about COVID-19 testing. However, our county has that opportunity available up at Memorial Hospital, exactly right through their drive-through, and you don't even have to get out of your car. So testing really hasn't been a lack of opportunity for us, but expanding that, again, that would be some opportunities that we talk about with our school nurses, which will occur tomorrow night. A couple of other things in January and February and March from last year, when we take a look at the vaccination clinics, the district advocated very strongly and worked alongside our Department of Health so that we could get our staff vaccinated as much as possible to keep the school open. It's hard to get that data for the number of staff members that have been vaccinated because when we first started through the Human Resources Department, we scheduled those vaccines, the appointments for out at the events complex. But once those were scheduled, then we didn't have access to that medical information for follow-up. So if an appointment was scheduled for Mr. Smith, for example, we hope that he went out there for his scheduled time and then again for the second shot, but we don't have that follow-up information for that. The best information as far as the number of staff members that I know of, and again, you know, whether this is totally accurate or not, it's hard to say for the reason just that I mentioned, but in January, February, and March, we have, that we know of, we have roughly 450 staff members at that time, and again, that was back in March. We do have the largest employers here in Sweetwater County with roughly 1,000 employees. So based off of that, we're at roughly 50%, but again, that is just from information that I have that might not be as solid because of the appointments that we made, and the follow-through is really the individual choice of the staff member. I think some of the other things that it's important to share are the steps that the district will do to keep our staff and our students safe. As of right now, without the mask mandate, we really take a look at the ASHRAE guidelines. Those were the standards for air quality that we put things into place last year. The importance of staying home when you are sick. I know that's a difficult thing, but for our staff members that are vaccinated, the district will be honoring COVID leave. And we've already communicated that out to our employees at the beginning of the month, so that they would have adequate time to not only read that before they return on Wednesday, but if they're interested in gathering an appointment for a vaccine, they had time to do so. The importance of hand washing is good for all general hygiene, not only for COVID or the variant, but also just general hygiene and overall care. We do encourage vaccines, like we had mentioned, the ionizers in our schools. The district has not discussed mandatory testing for our employees. That is a very difficult and fine line because of the medical laws for staff members. Some of the other things that our district put in place last year and that we will continue to do this year, we talked about air quality, that ionizers were installed in all of our schools and are building air handler units, and the effects of what those ionizers do. We have one up here that's right behind the board, so it's kind of a constant humming. It's hard to hear a little bit up here, but that's exactly what it is doing. It's helping to purify the air, and that is what some of the latest recommendations state for us. In schools where the rooms have convection units, we've installed the portable ionizers, and that's what this room has. All of our nursing rooms are equipped with negative air machines. We have UVC lighting that was installed by the end of January of last year. That disinfects the air. It kills the bacteria, the germs, and the viruses. We've installed MERV 13 air filters and put those in our air handling units from last year. We added a full-time day person in each of our schools for disinfecting the restrooms and the high contact areas during the course of the school day. These things were provided through the use of federal grant funds, so the district is using the funds appropriately for their intended use, and we will continue that with an extra crew for cleaning in our buildings and departments. All of our schools are outfitted with electrostatic sprayers and foggers, so we've really tried to put in the latest equipment so that we can keep our schools as safe as possible. And again, our district employees have been given the option to be vaccinated, and that option is still available for them, and we do encourage that. The thing that we need to be cautious of is putting in those hard and fast numbers for, well, if we get at this certain percent, we're going to go to this tier, or we're going to shut down. And the reason that I say that is because it's very difficult to be able to say, is it an uncontrolled transmission? So one thing that we'll watch for is if we start to see that come through the school where we have positive cases that come through and there's no explained cause. So we have students or staff that are coming forward that we know, because remember that things are going through the state now, which is different from last year. Or is it a case of things being linked together? Was everybody at a certain event, one person was positive, it was in the infectious stage, and then it spread rapidly like a super spreader event. So we've got to keep that in mind. And it is for that reason why I'm hesitant to say, if we get this number, then that's where I would recommend that we go. It's hard to know whether it's uncontrolled or if the cases are linked together. We talked about some of the different choices for our families and for our staff at that situation, but I believe keeping all those things in mind, I think we open schools, we get it ready to go. We keep things as safe and as clean as we possibly can. One thing about Sweetwater One, we were able to move if needed in between the tiers between opening school and if we had to shift. And I think that was evident on the one day where we had the snow day on September 8th. I remember that date very clearly. We were able to shift the district to online in a matter of about 15 to 20 minutes. And so we're able to move very quickly if we needed to. And that comes from a lot of hard work from our staff and students being able and ready to go for that. But I think that's important for everyone to know the pieces that we put in place, that we will continue to do, and the data that we will keep an eye on as we move forward for the start of school. Chair Jellicoe.
Comments? Anyone with comments?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman?
So Superintendent McGovern, are you comfortable with your current direction the board has given you from last meeting in the resolution? Would you like more stringent? Would you like more discussion? Would you like more of our thoughts?
I am very open, of course, to what our community is interested in, and of course, most importantly, from the board. But I believe that last month, the Board of Education, they allowed Sweetwater County School District #1 schools to follow the health orders as directed by the state of Wyoming. And since there are none, we have none, and that all information be available to our parents so that they can make the best decisions that they can for their families, and that we can, as a district, if needed, grant the superintendent the authority to make the decisions based on the health of the students and further information. And I think that further information really needs to be that collaboration that we have with our local county health and our officer and department as well. If there's further direction from our Board of Education that they would like to see for our schools or data, of course, I welcome that, either through suggestions or through board action from our trustees.
Comments?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
I guess the part of this that seems to me to be untested is getting the data back from the state. Can we have conversations so that we can update our community? I think that there's enough people now that are watching these board meetings online that we could get a lot of information out to people pretty effectively through that particular format. I am, as everyone else is, concerned about the fact that it doesn't really feel like we can do anything right, but we can do a whole lot of things wrong. But I know that we're trying to do the best that we can. I say that about the board, in my opinion, and the administration. So can we have a conversation about progress? Can that be something that we put on our agenda as far as collaboration with the county? And I don't want that to be something that we get behind on somehow, in case we can get some help from our community to get better at that.
So are you suggesting that that be a monthly agenda item?
I would like that personally.
Okay.
Yes, I would.
We can, so that we have an update, a monthly update kind of thing. I guess my concern is things can change rapidly. And monthly, I mean, we can do the monthly updates, but things could change tomorrow. I mean, or when the school's open, we could, and so I'm concerned about how we address those in between times, in between the board meetings, when the virus is just not on a monthly basis. So, how do we want to address those things that the state comes back and says, if the state comes back and says some things, then that's one thing. But how, as we're monitoring it and knowing what's going on in our schools, how do we proceed in those cases?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson.
I guess for me, it's critical to know what's going on in our schools. And we were very good at updating the entire community with how many numbers we had in each school every single week. I guess to me, that's something that I would personally like to see as information that gives us the best idea of what's actually happening in our own schools. And it was just a simple email every week, like, hey, we had this many students in this school this many staff members in this school has tested positive and are quarantining. That's the information that I'd like to have, because that way we can tell if we're having a problem. If there's 50 students out, we'd know it very quickly. So to me, that would be good to have in the weekly report. And that would get us through to the monthly, if that makes sense.
Okay. Further comments? Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the last couple of weeks, I've read several articles being critical of school boards for not following the science. And some that have found science that indicates to them that COVID is a non-issue and we shouldn't be doing anything. And some that are very critical up to schools being open, right? That we aren't just educating everyone from home. And I think that illustrates very clearly that's not how science works, right? Like science is not an entity off somewhere that makes a ruling and now it's just true. And this is a novel, brand new virus that we don't really know the impact of. And I, for my part, just want everyone to really understand that if I felt that our community would support it, that I would support the kids wearing masks. My kids are going to wear masks, hopefully, if they follow through. My wife is a teacher, and I feel like I'm sending her and my oldest daughter into a situation that is much riskier than it needs to be. So I'm going against my personal belief because the community has been very clear that they don't want their kids masked. And not everybody, right? I had a lady call me last year to tell me that I was murdering people for political expediency because our schools were open, right? Which was super fun because I also had someone call and tell me that I was an un-American jackbooted thug because the kids were wearing masks, right? But in this instance, in the absence of state orders, and given that the science isn't clear, with such a strong community mandate to say we do not want our kids in masks, then I feel that I'm in a position of having to say to my wife, to my daughter, to my youngest daughter, but she's going to wear masks because she's a little OCD about germs anyway, and to our employees, you're going to have to take this risk, and maybe it isn't one. But if it is a risk and we're wrong, I'm going to feel really, really like I have failed in doing my duty if an employee or a student contracts COVID and ends up seriously ill or, God forbid, dying because we didn't want to try to enforce a mandate on people. And we are not in a position with masking or COVID or anything else of enforcing mandates. We have to follow the laws. We have to try to find research that guides us, and it doesn't always exist. And we have to try to make the best informed decision that we can based on the laws and the body of court law, which gets really weird. And then the best information we have and what our employees and our community members want. And COVID is such a highly politicized issue that I have a hard time even having a conversation about it because people believe their facts and that's it. That's where they're at. And it makes trying to come up with a path forward for our students and our school and our community exceedingly difficult. And so I just want everybody to be very clear that I am supporting not requiring masks, right? Because that is what the community has said very clearly that they want. And so as a personal issue, I feel the burden of that decision. And if something happens to a student or an employee, that is something that I will carry for the rest of my life. And hopefully it's not my wife or my kid. And hopefully everything goes great, right? I would love it if there were no issues and it was just over and we didn't have to deal with it. I hate to see teachers being asked to do, what do they call that when they're teaching kids in the classroom and kids at home on the computer?
Oh, classroom-based virtual.
Yeah, but when they're blended, right? Because then you're saying do two jobs at the same time. and we don't multitask well, right? Like nobody does. And I don't want to see us not open because parents need kids in school. Kids need to be in school. There's a whole new body of research that the lockdown last year is going to have a lasting negative impact on kids, right? So it's not like that's a no risk option either. And so I just hope people really understand the amount of energy and anxiety and work that has gone into trying to accommodate the needs of students and our employees and the community, and that none of it has been made based on personal beliefs or personal politics or anything. It is really being responsive to everyone in the best way that we can. Thank you.
Further comments?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Jackman?
It's tough, Max. You said one thing that really resonated, and that's what if we're wrong? Because I don't think masks work. I'm not a big believer in masks, but what if I'm wrong? What if I, who's not a doctor, doesn't know anything about the spread of disease, is wrong? The worst case scenario, I have to wear a mask. It doesn't hurt me. But again, the community has spoken loud and clear. We don't want masks in our school, and I'm going to support that. However, Ms. McGovern, I think we need to take a little action based on the previous resolution, because I think giving you the authority to make decisions quickly is a need. And last month we said, or I said, if needed. So I think now it's time to say it is a need to give you that authority. But I would also like to add the county and the city as governed by state statute. We just added health orders. If the city comes out and says that there's a mask mandate, or the county, add that in there as well. But I'm not sure what the other trustees think.
Let's go ahead and finish any comments, and then we'll move to maybe amending the resolution.
Sure.
Okay. Further comment?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
I guess for me, last year we saw the success of what a community can do when we come together, and I'm going to ask the community to do it again. If we want this year to be successful like it was last year, we need to keep telling our kids to wash their hands, don't be touching people in the face, cough in your arm, and do all the things that we learned helps not to spread germs. This is very important conversations for us to have with our kiddos right before they go to school. So I'm just encouraging all parents and older kids to please have those conversations again. It takes a community to succeed, and it's going to need everybody on board if we want to be successful again this year. So I just encourage you guys to go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Further comment? I am very torn with this. We said from the very beginning, we would follow the science. And the science now says wear masks to protect yourself and others. I worry about our elementary students who do not even have the option of being vaccinated at this time. But I agree with Mr. Mickelson and others. This community has made it very clear they do not want a mask mandate. So I'm going to agree with that as well. But I want people to understand this is a fluid situation. Things can change. And if we feel it's in the best interest of our students and being able to keep our schools open, things could change. I think we're ready to start school with the same guidelines that we set out last month. That's where we're going to start. And hopefully we don't have to make changes. That would be the ideal situation, is that we don't have to make any changes and it works. But I think people need to understand that we will do everything that we can to keep our students safe, students and staff safe, and that things may change. I think that's just prudent to put it out there. So in that case, so Mr. Jackman, you are suggesting that we be more specific? Or well, Superintendent McGovern, do you think you need to have anything more specific? Let me put it that way. Let me put it that way. Okay. Do you think you have the flexibility that you need?
I do, and I, at this point, But however, one of the things that the board was very supportive on last year that I think would help this year is that if we needed to pull an emergency meeting together, we could do so very quickly. So I would hate to jump forward when we haven't even brought our staff back yet to see how things are going. I've read what the things that I'll be keeping an eye on, same things that I did last year, but if at any point we can always pull a very quick emergency meeting and bring that to the board and make decisions at the pleasure of the board.
So does that answer your question, Mr. Jackman?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then our resolution is in place. We will start school out with the way it goes, and everybody keep your fingers crossed. Okay. Moving on to the treasurer's report. Item number 6, Mr. Jackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Give me just a second to pull up the email because we had a
change. Yeah.
Yep, we did have a little change. Thank you. For the general fund, we started with $11,469,116.67, and we concluded with $8,549,260.92. On the school lunch program, we started with $718,874.40, and we concluded with $868,122.41. For Head Start, we began with $78,278.99, and we concluded with $85,353.33. That concludes the treasurer's report.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 7, the warrants. Again, Mr. Jackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Warrants from July 15th, 2021 to August 5th, 2021. Check numbers 145535 through 145840, totaling $1,916,887.25 with associated bank transfers and debit card transactions.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Batolo. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board request specific items to be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. Minutes. 8A, approval of the minutes from the July 21st, 2021 regular meeting. 8B, approval of the minutes from the July 21st, 2021 budget hearing. 8C, approval of the minutes from the July 21st, 2021 executive session. Personnel. 8D, approval of personnel recommendations. Transportation. 8E, approval of the fuel bids for the 2021-2022 school year. Technology. 8F, post approval of the Microsoft licensing renewal. 8G, approval of the bid for the camera system replacement at Eastside Elementary School. General board business. 8H, approval of the Wyoming High School Activities Association district representatives. Nutrition services. 8I, approval of the bid for the purchase of hot and ready-to-serve pizza product. 8J, approval of the bid for the purchase of hot and ready-to-serve tacos and burritos. Facilities. 8K, approval to go out to bid for the roof replacement at Desert School, Wamsutter. Hearing no items held, I would entertain a motion to approve items 8A through 8K.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Summers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Let's go to the addendum. And there's a personnel issue or a personnel item on the addendum. Is there a motion to approve those hires?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Mr. Batolo. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay. Item number 9, the 2021-2022 handbooks. Approval of the handbook changes for the 2021-2022 school year. Mrs. Bolton.
I'm just bringing this up and all the policies in case there's questions afterwards.
Okay.
I'm just up here to answer any of the questions over the handbooks. They're pretty consistent throughout. Obviously, we changed names. Any of the policies the board has updated that were already in the handbooks, we just put the updated policy in. We didn't add any new ones. We did add in the attendance codes update, we did add about the prearranged non-school activity excusals, just letting parents know that they need to provide a written request for the absence at least 1 week prior to the absence. This is for our students that are in sports that are not sanctioned under the WHSAA. In the attendance policy, we made it so that they had the ability to get faculty excused, the same as our high school students, but they're still held to the same eligibility requirements. And so when the principals review any itineraries or the information that comes, what they do is they will verify them based off of what we would excuse our students for travel. So for instance, if we're traveling to Casper for a game that's Saturday early morning, they wouldn't be excused Friday because they'd be expected to leave after school. But if they play a game at 4 o'clock in Casper, if our students would leave at 11 o'clock, that's arbitrary, but then they would take that same kind of request in for, we usually get hockey, wrestling, we get a lot of hockey, dance, some of those. So they just they just need to see a schedule. And honestly, if the parents disagree, for whatever reason, if there's something we just don't know, then if they talk to the principals have been very flexible with them. Like, well, we have to get here because check-in is at this time. So it looks like we start here, but actually if we're not here at this time, we can't, blah, blah, blah. And the principals work with them. So it's just a matter of talking to the principals if there's something that's not going to work out. What they won't do is excuse them for the whole day to have a shopping day or something like that in Salt Lake if they're not competing until later that night. So they try to keep it comparable. Did that answer? No.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Summers?
I just have a question about, and it falls this year because we're starting pretty early. We have students that are planning on attending the Wyoming State Fair, and that is the first week of school. And I'm just wondering, it does say here that they need like a week advance notice of that. Do those parents need to get in information like immediately? Because
Yeah, I
we
would
do
just
have that.
I would just have them email the principals what's going on. We always try to be cognizant of that. That fair week usually falls the week after ours, so it's a week
No,
later.
it always falls, there's our fair, and then there's a week in between, and then there's state fair. So there's always, it's like the third week in August, depending on, you know. So our fair is always contains the 1st of August, and then there's always a week in between those two. And then there's always state fair that week after.
So for the 4-H kiddos, congratulations to any of them that made the state fair. I would recommend that those parents email the principals. That would probably be the quickest way at this point.
Okay, Thank you.
Mr. Mickelson, what didn't I answer? I'm so sorry.
No, whoa, wow. I just want everyone to know that I hate microphones. I have more trouble with them than anybody I know. So, and I don't know how relevant, other than I was thinking maybe dance, but hockey, right? And hockey is often far away, like North Dakota, far away. And and so my question came from last year. There was a student who was told no, that they would not get the day to travel. And it was one of those, a storm was coming in, yada, yada, yada. And that was just kind of the end of it. And what they were told is, no, you can't leave on Thursday. You have plenty of time on Friday. And so I'm wondering, what, and the parent was just like, whatever, my kid is fine, and just pulled him out of school. But I want to make sure that our policy is functioning as smoothly as it can, right? Because we don't want parents just pulling their kids out because they can.
So if they do watch the weather, and they should, and I know they have, given extenuating circumstances, if there's a possible storm or the winter.
Well, and I don't know, because I do a lot of like, hey, that's not really my deal. Like, you to hear the people you should talk to. So I don't know what kind of back and forth happened. The story I got was just that they were told no, and so they pulled their kid. And maybe they're just like, it's more work than it's worth. And I'm just trying to figure out how that reasonable is such a squishy word that, yeah. And I get the, no shopping trips, and I'm 100% behind that. I never want to go shopping, but we certainly don't want our kids missing school to do that.
Right. Every time that sometimes the bigger groups come to me, and then I forward them to the numerous principals that they pertain to. And when they come back with the travel, if there's been a concern, usually they've just told us what the concern is, and the principals have accommodated it right away. There's usually little back and forth and arguing. It's so
good.
I would just tell them to ask. But if it's multiple schools, typically the designated parent, registrar, whoever it is for the club, will send me the itineraries, and then I send it. Sorry, to the I need to quit talking with my hands. I send them to all the relevant schools.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to be really clear so that when I go tell the hockey people, like, hey, I don't want to tell them the wrong thing and look like an idiot. So thank you.
No problem.
Madam Chair, is there a way we can kind of get that information out to parents again, so that they, like in a parent square or something, so that they understand that that's a procedure? Because I know certainly there are some that didn't realize that that was an option or a procedure. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm making a note. We did put the daytime, we just put the statute in for the daytime curfew. But what is, you're going to have to clarify. I wasn't sure what you meant by that. Sorry.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mickelson?
Thank you. So I know that is the statute,
Mhm.
But every
What's the
year.
city ordinance? Yeah.
Yeah, ordinance. When we put that out there,
Mhm.
homeschool parents get really alarmed, and they're like, And so I didn't know if there was a way to just say, because they're governed under a different part of that, right? Just to include something, this is, we recognize that homeschool students have their own schedule, or just to sort of circumvent their angst.
Yeah. Does that go home in the homeschool letter? This is just, they don't usually get a handbook. So
know,
they
but
probably
they-
wouldn't even see this because it's under the attendance codes for the schools. But I'm happy to,
Just say I hear about it every year, and I'm always like, no, we know it doesn't apply. It's fine, but they read it and they start to panic and think, well, my kid's going to be at the library and they're going to call the cops. And I'm like, no, I promise they have more that they're doing. They're not even worried about it.
that's fine. We can add in the homeschool clause that they're
Just-
governed under their own.
Just to allay their anxiety, I think.
Sure. that's not a problem. We did add the 10-day drop notice. That seems to take parents by surprise often, that if their kids are gone 10 days consecutively in a row, by state statute, we're required to drop them. Now, agree, disagree, or indifferent, there are situations that kiddos get dropped, and when they get back, they have to re-enroll. We try to work with students with every situation, but those are the state laws. So we put that in there so that it's upfront for everybody. Mr. Supis, I don't want to speak for him. He did extensive work in reviewing with his team and teachers different aspects to the handbook, of some challenges or some different things that they want to implement. And so there was an updated policy procedure for the high school just to tighten some things down. What those consequences would be, some clarifications on the makeup work procedures, late work procedures, and then the closed campus to freshmen, and then the academic dishonesty procedures. So if there's any questions on that, if you don't mind, Chair Jellicoe, I would bring Mr. Supis up to
Please
be able to
proceed.
answer those.
Please proceed. Mr. Supis.
I don't, there was a question on tardy, but if there aren't any questions, it's fine.
So just reading through the tardy policy, right? And I'll be full disclosure, I was a super tardy kid all the time, but I was trying to envision what that looked like. It seems like it will create a lot of work. And if that's how y'all want to do it, more power to you. But I was just thinking, couldn't, teachers just have a digital, like electronic way to say Bob was late, and then they could just get issued rather than every day having to sweep everybody up and bring them to the office and process them. It seems like a lot of missed time, but I don't really know what you had in mind. So if it works for you, I'm good.
Chair Jellicoe,
Please.
board members, if I may.
Please.
We are well aware of the process that we're going to try to implement for tardy policy at Rock Springs High School. This is an epidemic at certain times. It is, I think it is well worth our time to remind our students of the importance of being in class and being on time. And the policy does seem cumbersome, and it will be demanding, and it will take some time. But I truly believe that it will only last for about a few days. I know it's going to be hard, but I think it's important that we stress to the students that we as educators are going to take the time to make sure that they are in class and they are in class on time. That's how important we believe that is. And that message that we will send won't take long for us to send. And I do understand, and I know there are lots of solutions out there. I'm going to be very honest with you. I try to not spend money, but I have been looking at several different digital ways that we could do the same thing. But I also think it's important that that relationship piece, even though it may not be the best relationship piece, but teachers are going to be out. They're going to be walking the halls. They're going to be conversing with kids. And for what little time it may take, I think in the grand scheme of things, our staff is desired and has been very vocal about wanting some sort of tardy policy procedure, and I think it's going to be interesting. I really do, but I truly believe that this is our opportunity to convey that message of how important it is for our kids to be in class and be in on time. So, I would agree, sir.
Boss, that sounds excellent, and certainly as an employer, I appreciate punctuality, and I know that it's one of those soft skills that is so important for kids to get down. So thank you. Thank you for being willing to do the work.
I had great conversations with the high school administration, and I'm so excited for their vision. And they put a lot of thought behind a lot of these procedures, to make sure that learning and relationships were a priority. So I don't know if, the snow day, it didn't change except that we added, we won't really have snow days anymore. If we have to have a snow day where we're stuck at home, we'll go online versus having to make the day up. So that was added to the handbook. Are there any questions?
Further questions?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Jackman?
Ms. Bolton, do we know how many students lost credit because of the attendance policy?
Well, the attendance policy was really hard to track last year because of COVID.
If you say you don't know, that's okay. That's an acceptable
Mr.
answer.
Supis?
I can only speak on behalf of the high school. And I can tell you that because of the policy that we have at the high school, there's a petitioning process that we have implemented so that it allows for us to communicate with the families and the students in regards to those attendance. And then we can contractually come to an agreement. And I can say that, even though we had several students that could have lost credit if we had stopped right away, they didn't. Because we worked with them, we developed a contract, we walked them through the process, and I would have to say it was very limited, at least at the secondary level, because we were very accommodating and helped, because last year was a COVID year. So it was tough sometimes to get all that lined out, but it was nothing astronomical. I mean, I can get you those numbers. Just call the school and I'll look it up and I can give you the hard numbers. But I can tell you that we worked really hard last year at the high school to ensure that the students earned the credit that they received due to the attendance policy.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
Mr. Batolo?
Very similar question. The update, the 10-day drop notice added. Tell me what that is.
So if a student is absent for 10 consecutive class periods or 10 consecutive days, it's a period is a morning and an afternoon for K-6, and then it's obviously the period of class for 7-12. If they are absent for 7 or 10 consecutive days, we have to drop them from enrollment.
Okay, and that's different than if you have this number of absences, you won't get credit. That's what I
yes.
wanted to make.
Yes.
Sometimes I ask questions because I want people to hear them,
Mhm.
not necessarily, I didn't know that was true, but I'm glad I asked that question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a state statute. The best thing that's come out of the attendance policy is the conversations and awareness with parents, because a lot of times they're like, huh? They don't know.
Further questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman, second by Mr. Mickelson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, item number 10, general board business. 10A, approval of policy GDBB, the support staff supplementary pay plans. 10B, approval of policy GCJ, professional staff time schedules. 10C, approval of policy DLA, administrative payroll procedures. 10D, approval of policy DLB, classified payroll procedures. 10E, approval of policy DLC, expense/travel reimbursements. 10F, approval of policy DL/HG, payroll procedures. And 10G, approval of policy EEAA, walkers and riders eligibility for transportation. Those are the policies that were in last month's agenda for information purposes. So I'm going to stop at that point, and we're going to, I'll entertain a motion
So moved.
Entertain a motion to approve 10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, 10E, 10F, and 10G.
So moved, Madam Chair.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, 10H, a policy or approval of policy DL-R payroll procedures. Superintendent McGovern, would you like to address that one?
Yes, Madam Chair. Trustees, the cover on this one is called DL-R, which is a procedure, but pending board approval, it would be renamed to policy DLA, which warrants board approval. There was a slight change from last month, and it is on page 2 of that item. Dylan, if you want to put that up, 10H on page 2. It is under number 2 where it says that certified staff are required to be on duty a period of 40 minutes combined before and after the academic school day for administrative duties. One of the items that we didn't catch last month in moving that forward for you is that section where it talks about a period of 40 minutes combined under the length of the school day that we have now. For example, for elementary, it's 8:10 until 3 o'clock. But the contract day for our elementary staff in town is 7:30 until 4:15. And so you can see that it's 40 minutes before school and it's an hour and 15 minutes after school. And so with those time adjustments, having that period of 40 minutes combined before and after is no longer relevant. And that same train of thought applies for our junior high and our high school, including Farson as well. So for that reason, we went ahead and did a strike through on a period of 40 minutes combined.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
I would move to provisionally approve this policy. I do want Policy Council the opportunity to review this policy.
All of these that are being approved on an emergency basis will go through policy. That's understood.
Excellent. Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Then I move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item 10I, approval of policy JED, student attendance and absences. Mrs. McGovern.
Sure, Madam Chair. The only change on policy JED, which is our attendance policy, what came before the board before was about kindergarten registration and the dates of August 1st through September 15th. And what we added on our attendance policy here was the statutory language to be considered Wyoming school age. Other than that, everything else on our attendance policy remains unchanged. It's just got the legal guidance that governs that when they enter school.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Mrs. Thompson, second by Mr. Mickelson. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, on the addendum, we have item 2A, approval of policy AC, non-discrimination, and policy 2B, approval of policy ACA, non-discrimination on the basis of sex. Mrs. McGovern.
Sure. On policy AC, trustees, and on ACA, the law changed on Title IX and the requirements for investigations that we follow. As you know, we've completely redesigned the HR department so that we are in compliance with this law. And what these two policies are, as you can see from the dates of the last time that they've been updated, One of them is in 1976 and the other one is in 1977. They need definitely some updates for what the law requires the district to do as part of the Title IX investigation process. And that's what these policies reflect, our statutory requirements.
And again, they will go through policy committee at the beginning of school, but it is it's actually federal language, isn't it? It's federal
Yeah,
language.
these actually, there's
Yeah, these are
nothing that
federal
can
lang-
be changed on these because this is the law.
Yeah,
There's
this is
no
federal
discretion
language.
for policy committee to change any of this.
Yeah, this is federal language.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo.
on my review of file ACA, my reading of that leads me to believe that if there isn't a female, or if there isn't a sport for the opposite sex, well, let me just skip straight to the question of volleyball. Is there anything that is standing in the way of a young man trying out for the volleyball team? The way that's worded, I just want to know.
A male cannot try out for a female sport. Now, if it is a male student that is identifying as a female then that's something we would have to take up individually.
And I guess to follow that question, I'm reading this from the perspective of an athletic director
Mhm.
that is talking to a parent about why my son can't play volleyball.
Mhm.
And I guess I'm telling you my bias there, but I don't see anything in here that says that a male can't do that.
It's in the WHSAA. They have it listed out. There's some things going on right now, though, that, Title IX does cover, and we're watching litigation and court cases around the United States to see how those judgments are going. So, but a male cannot try out for a female sport unless.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to protect us by reading this in a way that I think it'll be interpreted by individuals. As we put this through the committee, the policy committee, can we make a very clear statement about that per WHSAA guidelines, this is the way that works? Because I didn't read that. If it's there, I apologize, but.
Well, we can add it in. I can add it in and just run it by legal just to make sure before we upload it on. If it's the will of the board to add that in, we can add that in upon you guys voting it through. If that's what your motion is and what you guys.
That
But
would
if-
be my feedback.
But if that is part of Wyoming High School guidelines, okay, and these sports are governed by Wyoming High School Activities Association, would that be duplicative?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just
We
guess
wanna
I
be
just wanted to
clear
be able
about
to
it.
answer
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we want to be clear about it, but I mean, these are the sports that are ruled under Wyoming. We accept Wyoming High School Activities Association rules, and that's a rule that governs the sport of volleyball or other sports in particular where that might apply. So that's the reference point rather than the point of this policy. Would that be accurate?
Yes, Chair Jellicoe.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
okay. Okay, is there a motion to approve policy AC and policy ACA?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 11, finance. Recommendation to authorize the superintendent of schools, Kelly McGovern, and Scott Duncan, Chief Financial Officer, to execute an investment advisory and management service agreement contract with Advised Assets Group LLC on behalf of Sweetwater County School District Number 1, and to take such further action as may be necessary and appropriate to implement this agreement. Mr. Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McGovern. I think you laid it out pretty well there. The reason why this is coming before the board is because the district is a sponsor of a retirement plan that has now changed hands, and Empire Retirement wants to use their own advisors.
So it's just the name change is what it is.
Well, it's a company
Company change.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Thompson, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 12, the board self-evaluation. Okay, we have two items this month, the budget finance responsibilities. So let's do that one first. Anyone want to start off with your comments? Mine.
I can start, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman.
I'm at 375. The only place I marked us down was number 5. It's hard to give financial reports in a way that most people understand. So it's hard for us to understand them sometimes. So I think that's where we in almost every district would struggle.
Okay. And I'm going to take a moment and read these for the public's information. Number 1, the board establishes priorities for the financial management of the district in alignment with district's goals and objectives for student achievement. The board, number 2, the board provides the superintendent with the board's priorities in the development of the budget based upon a yearly evaluation of existing programs. 3, the board directs that the budget consider both short-range and long-range revenues and expenditures. 4, the board encourages input from staff, parents, students, and community members throughout the budgeting process. 5, the board requires quarterly reports which depict the district's financial status be presented in a clear and understandable format for board review and to inform the public. 6, the board establishes policies which ensure efficient administration of purchasing, accounting, and payroll procedures. 7, the board establishes policies to ensure that adequate resources are distributed equitably to schools, staff, and students. So, Mr. Jackman, you said
3.75.
3.75, okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mickelson,
I'm a 3.9 on this one.
3.9,
Yeah.
okay. Mr. Batolo or
Madam Chair, I have a 3.5 on this one.
3.5, okay. Mrs. Thompson,
3.75.
Mrs. Summers,
3.75.
and I too would concur with a 3.75. I think the business department does an excellent job and the board appreciates all the work that you do to keep us informed. Thank you. Okay, and then if we go to the planning, those items include, number 1, the board sets a clear direction for the district by establishing the district vision, mission, goals, and student achievement targets for the instructional program of the district based upon the needs and values of the community. 2, the board establishes clear, attainable, and measurable goals and student achievement targets that move the district toward achieving its vision with input from the community, students, staff, and administration. 3, the board establishes yearly expectations for student achievement and regularly monitors progress toward those targets during the school year. 4, the board goals and student achievement targets are updated on a yearly basis, utilizing a thorough review and evaluation process. 5, the board and superintendent collaboratively develop long and short-term governance goals and a process for an assessment of progress and performance through the use of an annual superintendent evaluation and board self-evaluation. 6, the board requires the superintendent to discuss progress on goals and student achievement targets at designated intervals during the year. Anyone want to start? I'll start this one off. I think we are trying, I'm going to give us a 3.5 because I think last year was a difficult year when it came to, what do I want to say? The measuring success of our students. I think that's going to be a real focus this year moving forward as student achievement. So I looked at the 3.5 for that one. Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Summers?
I went with a 3.25 on this, just because I think we have some room for improvement in evaluating our student achievement and in setting those goals based on student achievement. I know we're working in that direction, and we made some pretty significant changes. And we'll, I guess, see how the data comes back on some of those changes that we've made this year.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
I gave us a 2.75 on this particular issue, and part of it is because of the way that questions are worded. Question 6 especially, achievement targets, designated intervals through the year. We get information, but I don't know that that's a fair question. I don't know if we need more information than we're getting, but I do believe that the announcement Superintendent McGovern made at the beginning of this meeting that we're going to do some work with the test scores as soon as they're unembargoed. I think that's fabulous, and I would volunteer to help any way that I could that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
I gave us a 2.25, 2.25. I feel like this is probably one area that the board struggles the most. And it's specifically items 2, 3, and 4. I don't know if we've given that yearly expectation written down. And we've talked about it before, that it's not something you really want to put in number 2, but I don't know if we've ever made that move.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
I gave us a 3, kind of echoing what the other trustees already said. Specifically, item number 3 and item number 4, I feel that we could improve in those areas.
Okay, and that would leave Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I gave us a 3 on 1 and 5, and then 2, 3, 4, and 6. I've come to a place where I really dislike the way education is measured. I know that we are required to do it, and there's reasoning behind it, and there's ways that teachers use it to inform their instruction and yada, yada, yada. And when I was first on the board, way back in like 1903, I was very much about modeling after districts where the board has said we are going to have 100% graduation rate, or we're going to have some other really concrete, a SMART goal, right? And having watched when the accreditation or accountability reports come out and a school is red, and then the community is like, I don't want my kid to go there, that's a bad school. And it's so demoralizing, not just to the people who work in the building, but to the students and families that attend it. And I'm far more interested in, when our kids are 30, are they happy? Are they contributing? Are they kind? Are they good community members? And so, I'm happy to work with my colleagues up here, but I don't know that the way we've come as a society to measure education, right? So if we're going to set a clear, attainable, measurable goal with student achievement targets, right? there are districts that are geared 100% aligned, K-12. Those kids are taught how to take the Y-top. And those districts get all kinds of accolades. But I don't know that those kids are actually getting a good education. And so I sort of object to what? 2/3 of the questions on here from my own personal perspective. So I'm not rating us on those because I think they're garbage, but that's just me. So thank you.
Okay, so we had a short discussion last time about expanding the evaluation process. Mr. Jackman, you shared a couple of ideas with me through an email. Would you care to explain those, and we'll kind of kick some things around?
Sure.
Go
I
ahead.
think, I mean, we have the technology to do a Google form or just a Dropbox here, extending a link for people to fill out an anonymous Google form. So nobody knows who commented or said what, but we get the information on how we're doing from other people's perspective. I think I do perfect all the time, and I've never told anybody else wise. So, but getting the feedback from the people that it impacts the most, I think would be beneficial if they want to give it. I don't want anybody to feel obligated to give it either.
Okay. Other comments? I asked you to kind of think about some things and how we could expand it. Mr. Mickelson?
Madam Chair, I'm fully on board with Matt here. And I don't know if this is what's being asked, but I would really like us to take our sort of board governance and that PLC model a step further, and for the board to come up with, whether it's a book study or there's some sort of virtual, I don't know, but some sort of further board development that we do as a group, even if it's individually, to sort of further our knowledge. I think that that's an important part of the evaluation process, is just to give ourselves a SMART goal that we work towards.
Okay. Other comments? So, I guess my question is, you know, I don't know what kind of a response we would get in terms of feedback, and that's what I would look at it is feedback in terms of, you know, how people perceive we're doing our job. So my suggestion is that we kind of experiment a little bit, maybe extend it to an administrative group kind of thing, and then maybe take it in steps instead of just throwing it out there for everyone, and see what kind of response that we get that way. I like the idea of maybe some kind of a book study, although I do think that the School Boards Association provides a lot of growth opportunities for boards as well. So that's another avenue that we have available to us. So Mr. Jackman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Superintendent McGovern, is it possible to send an email with a link to a form to just your administrative team? Is that and
Yes.
only they can respond? And
I think that could be a good first step. And then we can build on it from there. Okay?
I would agree with that, moving in steps or stages.
Mhm.
I think that would probably yield a better process and maybe some more usable data than if we tried to put it all out there at once.
That's, I'm a believer in steps. So, okay. So, so we will put that out. I did go ahead and look at the order that we went through last year. And so September will be instructional responsibilities. October, because I think we decided the order that we took it in was okay. October will be facilities, transportation, and nutrition services. November will be student services. December will be board member orientation and professional development. January, meeting responsibilities. February, community relations. March, policy responsibilities. April, labor relations, May, personnel, June, board and superintendent relationships, and July, general board as a team. So we'll just kind of, and I'll put out 2 or 3 months in advance so that we kind of keep up with it. Do we want to, when it comes to a book study or something like that, do you have anything in mind, Mr. Mickelson?
Well, I'm not that smart.
Well, let's see if we can, maybe I can talk with Rod Kessler from the School Boards Association and see if he might have some suggestions along those lines. And we'll pick up that part of the conversation next month. Okay? All right. Item number 13, good of the order. Anyone?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I've talked a lot, but I do have one thing.
Mr. Jackman.
And it's kind of a question for Mr. Sellarelli or Ms. McGovern. I've been asked about, my wife is on the museum board. They are under the impression that we are able to donate Washington School for them to build a statue on. I know that's not the process, but I wanted to set it clear what the process is for the public as to taking care of that. If you know it, if you don't, you have to research it. But
It's first I've heard about a monument. Well, I guess we might have heard a little bit. What they're going to have to do is contact Superintendent McGovern. They're going to have to do plan reviews, things like that. And then we run it through and see. But actually right now we're in a kind of holding pattern because when they were doing the American Mine Management, one of the, I guess the way that they use X-ray or something under the ground, they found what they thought is something to do with the Chinese massacre. I've contacted the engineering company that is in charge of that, and they said so far they haven't heard anything, so they don't know if they're doing anything with that property right now. But as far as us doing anything with that property, we're kind of in a holding pattern until I can get some more information on it. So
I'm not worried, but I think the public, that way everybody knows it is on the exact same page. So there's not rumors flying around.
We're not quite sure what's under there.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Other good of the order, Mr. Mickelson.
Boy, do I have some good. So last Thursday and Friday, the district hosted the State Board of Education for their annual working retreat. And I get really frustrated in general because Rock Springs is so often overlooked. And we are such an amazing community. And I wish that this room was packed full of people from the community to hear how amazingly Rock Springs and Sweetwater One represented. Everybody was incredibly impressed with our community. They're like, who knew? And I was like, this guy, right? And we usually go to Casper. But we had a meeting scheduled here that was canceled because of COVID. And I threatened to stomp my feet and hold my breath if they didn't come here. And the district really, Superintendent McGovern and the IT department, everyone did such an amazing job. And people were so very impressed with how welcome they were made to feel and the support they got. And Stephanie, if Zach gets headhunted, it's not my fault. He should not have been that good. But it literally was we wish it was like this everywhere. And so, and they went and, went golfing and went to Sidekicks and ate at Eve's, and they're just like, Rock Springs is great. And I was like, I know, right? The government should come here more often. Like, you guys will get to see what an amazing community we are. And so I just wanted to express, again, my thanks because the district really went all out and made them feel so very welcome and made sure that they were so well supported. And it was maybe Rock Springs isn't quite as awful as we've heard. And I was like, well, duh. But it was really, really great. So thank you.
Anyone else? Well, my apologies to Mr. Mickelson for not being able to attend the state board meeting. I was at the School Boards Association conference in Laramie. And as usual, it was a very good conference. I would encourage you to put on your agendas the November annual meeting. I have to look up those dates, but it's the middle of November. And see if you can make those arrangements. They do provide some very good information and a service to us as school boards. Anyone else? Okay, new business. Item number 14, board information, policy GDBB-R, support staff supplementary pay plans. 14B is the vacancy notice as of August 2nd, 2021. 14C, calendar for the months of August, September, October, and November 2021. 14D, July 2021 Head Start Governing Board and Policy Council Monthly Report. I might say I was glad to see the signs and everything up over at Westridge for the Head Start, and I drove by today and thought there's cars there. So, but they've got the signs up for Head Start, so that'll be moving forward. And then on the addendum, we have item 3A, board information, policy ACA-E, GBA-E, the Title IX coordinator. Again, this is more of the new Title IX law language. 3B is board information, policy ACAE-1, GBA-E-1, the Title IX notice of allegations and of grievance process. So that's also part of the new business items. Okay, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of legal and personnel matters. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman that we go into executive session. Mrs. Summers is the second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We are in executive session, and again, for the purpose of legal and personnel matters.
much.
Okay. Entertain a motion to return from executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman,
Second?
seconded by Mr. Batolo. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
I wish you guys could have seen
Safe travels.
what Kelly
Thank you.
and the district did.